Did they hear the part where I don't have my lipstick?
No, I don't.
Okay. This is, what is
That's,
this?
yeah, that's mics. I think
These are
that-
mics, okay.
And people can tell us in the chat.
It's the ballroom now.
Okay. So we got the ballroom going.
That's where, anyway.
All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 2025 ACPT, the 47th annual American Crossword Puzzle Tournament. My name is John Lieb, and I'll be here various times throughout the day to interview some folks in the crossword world, constructors, solvers, and whoever else we can round up from the 700 plus people here. So we're glad that you are with us, and we'll be here until about 11 o'clock when things will happen in the ballroom. So whenever things happen in the ballroom and people are speaking, Pete Muller and Will Shortz introducing the puzzles, you certainly will be tuned into that. If you're having any problems in the chat, it'd be great if you can't hear us or if the sound is not good, that'd be good for us to know in the chat. We have that in front of us. But just to get things kicked off, we have with us Robin Weintraub. And welcome, Robin.
Thank you.
Robin, as I'm sure many of you know who are solving, is a longtime constructor. This is she has a puzzle in this year's tournament, her sixth in various ACPTs, and also as just doing some stats. If you are not aware of the website xwordinfo.com, that has a lot of statistics, and you can see past dates that Robin has done puzzles. She's had exactly 50 New York Times puzzles, a great round number, and as many of you know, a wonderful mix. 41 of those are Friday and Saturday puzzles, themeless puzzles, and then the rest of the week. You've covered every day of the week with the other 9.
For the cycle, yes.
You have. So congratulations, and great to have you with us.
Thank you, great to be here.
So maybe we're not going to obviously talk about anything specific about specific puzzles either before or after they are solved because you have all weekend to solve them. But what is like getting the call from Will to do a puzzle and to be given an assignment? How specific? Maybe you could just talk about that, how the process of putting a puzzle together for ACPT works.
Sure. It's not a call, it's an email.
Okay, email these days, okay.
And, just in your inbox, you suddenly see Will Shortz, and it's like, yes!
And you haven't even submitted. Like sometimes you submit and you get an email from Will Shortz saying accepted, but this is like a random one. You weren't expecting it.
Not expecting it at all, and then it shows up in your inbox, and of course it's a huge honor, and then you start to panic because now you need to come up with an idea. So I took a couple of weeks. I came up with various themes. I've now given away enough information that you know I'm not one particular puzzle.
Which you've done in the past.
Which I have already done.
So people probably, if they're paying attention.
If you had to make an educated guess, you would probably not put me in the themeless category for this event. But yeah, so I came up with various themes, sent them off to him. He actually liked all 3, which was amazing. But told me there was one in particular that I should pursue, and then we put together a grid, and then we write clues, and it's like making a puzzle.
Awesome. Excellent. And in terms of your constructing over the years, I think a lot of people know you as the themeless puzzles and very conversational entries. And I'm curious as a constructor myself, kind of when you go into making a themeless puzzle, how many entries do you generally have that you want to get in a grid, and how many develop over the course of the constructing? I mean, obviously it varies probably.
Yeah,
but.
no, I mean, obviously it varies. I actually don't. We typically call them seed entries, or seed entries, and I don't do that at all.
Okay, no seed entries.
No seed entries at all. I know a couple other people don't work that way, but for the vast majority, I think people always are starting with, here's a cool phrase or an entry that I want to start with. And I just kind of like, let's open up a grid, let's see what kind of mood. Are we in the mood for some 15s? Are we in the mood for stacks? Are we in the mood for whatever? And just start running the program and seeing what great words happen to work together. It's dependent upon having a good word list and making sure that, you've got enough information in there that you can trust the process.
Now, there are a lot of word lists out there. Do you have a kind of not basic word list, but a set word list that you would add things to as you hear them?
So these days there's enough crossword puzzle chatter and community that people can lead you in the right direction. When I started 15 years ago, I didn't really know what I was doing, so I started with a default word list that happened to be a not very good default word list, and it fell upon me to make that into my own. So it's been, more than a decade of pulling junk and adding good stuff. And to this day, I'm still pulling junk and adding good stuff. It never ends.
And some of your favorite conversational entries are a lot of those ones you've added to your word list, or were they in there? Or
no, nothing.
You hear something fun, you put it in your word list, and then as you're constructing, that might come out in 10s or 11s.
Right. And sometimes you try for, a bunch of hours to get something great to work, and it just doesn't, and you hope that the crossword gods are going to smile upon you, and if it doesn't work this time, it'll show up in another puzzle.
Yes. And do you have a certain type of grid pattern that you sometimes, if you're stuck, you're saying, I know this is like a go-to grid pattern for me, like the stacks of 3 10s or something like that, okay, this will produce something pretty good usually?
We do have a couple of fallbacks that if you go to Expert Info and you look at all of my previous things, you will see certain designs that I go back to when all else fails.
Old reliable.
Old reliable.
And obviously when a lot of people are submitting to the New York Times now, and especially themeless submissions, do you have a regular pattern of submitting, or do you construct that as the spirit strikes, or do you say, I want to construct 2 for the New York Times this month, or 1 for
only.
Well, or submit. I mean, submit.
Yeah, no. I make puzzles for a variety of outlets these days.
Because you're with the New Yorker now?
I'm at the New Yorker on regular rotation. I'm at People Magazine, Crosswords with Friends, the app. So unfortunately, it doesn't allow me the time that I would love to make as many New York Times crosswords puzzles. So I know that I'm way behind, and I apologize to anybody who's waiting. I'm working on it.
But you can also go to other places. The New Yorker, the New Yorker.
You can find me many other places.
Has Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday themelesses.
Right, and I always do the easy themeless for the New Yorker.
Yes.
Just to have.
And that Wednesday themeless is meant to be like a Tuesday-ish, Wednesday-ish level clues.
Monday.
Oh, Monday. Okay,
yeah.
so
it's very entry level.
If you're looking for some easier themelesses besides Friday, Saturday, New York Times, the New Yorker again. I think you can usually get to those puzzles free somehow. I'm not sure. Just type in New Yorker crossword puzzles to see what happens. And we'll just end. You're judging here this weekend, right? You're helping out and volunteering.
My favorite weekend.
Yes.
Best weekend of the year.
And just want to ask, sometimes when we do our broadcast on Boss Words, we like to ask a favorite crossword memory. But anything pop into your head, maybe a favorite ACPT memory, like being here at Stanford, you've come many times. Is there one particular memory you have that sticks out?
Probably my first year in the judging room, my first time constructing was I had the final puzzle. I was the first woman to have the final puzzle in the whole tournament. I'm pretty shy when I don't know people, so for previous years when I was competing, I would stand in a corner and play on my phone and pretend I was texting with somebody because I just didn't know anybody. And that year, I had become, enough of a name, and I had the final puzzle, and people were excited about it, that, I found my community, and so that was just
And now
priceless.
coming back here is like
and now
old
it's
friends.
family. It's the best.
Excellent. Well, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you for
at some
having
point,
me.
you will get to do a Robin Weintraub puzzle, and I'm sure you will enjoy it. So thank you, Robin. Have a great rest of your day. All right. So again, we'll be bringing people on. Some we've scheduled. Some we will just grab from people we see. Again, the ballroom is filling up, the lobby is filling up. It's a wonderful time to see everybody. Again, if there is issues, Dave Sullivan, who you might have met last night if you were watching the stream, is running this virtual tournament. So if you have any questions or anything with the stream, please let us know. They're looking at the chat, and hopefully, you'll get a good sense of the people here. So next, we have another constructor, and this constructor, you probably know her name, not just from her puzzles, but also from various things at the New York Times. So it's Christina Iverson. Come on down.
Hey.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you.
So Christina, maybe you could maybe just tell folks what you do at the New York Times right now, because you're part of the games editing team, and
so
I'm sure people know all the games that they have, and I'd love to maybe hear what you work on specifically.
Sure. So I'm one of 6 editors under Will, and so we all work on the crossword. We do like a pre-edit of the crossword, and Will does the final edit of all of them. So I do some editing. I do a lot of mail. And then I run the bonus puzzle. So I kind of commission the themes for the bonus puzzle every month. It's a monthly bonus, and it's more like pop culture based themes that are kind of more theme dense and not like really wordplay themes, but just pop culture. So I coordinate that, and then I also have easy mode. The column kind of answering questions for newer solvers, and also offers a set of easier clues for the Friday puzzle. And then I also make minis and strands, like submit puzzles. So, yeah.
So do you submit to strands?
Tracy Bennett is the editor of strands, and anyone on the games team can make puzzles. I make about half of them.
Excellent. I'm a teacher. I'm a math teacher, and at the beginning of each of my classes, we do one of the New York Times games, and one of my senior classes, we do strands every day, and they love it. It's fun.
I when it first was in beta, I was a little like, really, a word search game? I don't know, but it's really fun. I enjoy making it, and I enjoy playing it.
Yeah, minor spoiler on a past strands, but they liked the one the other day. I'm not sure if it was written by you or somebody else, but I think the theme was flooring, the flooring was on the floor. And I think there was one.
Tracy does a lot. Like, she puts the words in the grid, and so most of the time that I ever get emails like, "I love your strands," so it's like, well, it's because Tracy placed the letters in a cool way. Like,
I think there was one with a boat recently that had like a shape like a boat.
Yeah, or like the baseball one had the spangram was like shaped like a baseball diamond.
I missed that one. I missed it.
Oh yeah, it's opening day.
So there's a lot going on. There's a lot of into the crossword itself. There's a lot of different people working on that. And do you tend to, as the editors, do different days of the week, all different days of the week, or is somebody more like Monday, Tuesday? Is somebody more like the Thursday? On
Sundays. For the Sunday edits, we all take turns rotating in groups of 3, doing it collaboratively. And then the rest of Will has been doing Monday through Wednesday completely without us. So that's mostly we're doing the Thursday, Friday, Saturdays.
And at this point,
we don't really have I'll do any of them.
And at this point, the editing team is all remote. Like you're in.
Winna is the only one in New York.
And everybody else is spread out throughout the country.
Yeah.
Amazing. You're constructing, again, if you go to Xword Info and look at Christina's page, as I did earlier, Christina's had 32 puzzles in the Times, all different days, about a third of them Sundays. Can you say maybe a little bit what you like about Sundays, again, as a constructor? I know that can be a real
Sundays
challenge.
Are my favorite. So I think the thing I like about Sundays is they're a lot, because of the bigger grid, there's just a lot more room for the corny wordplay. You can have 6 funny jokes instead of 4, and they're longer phrases to work with. I just think it's fun. I think my favorite type of wordplay is the sort of goofier, made up phrases and sort of just quirky themes. And I think Sundays are a good sort of playground for making that kind of theme work. Because it's more space and longer jokes.
Awesome.
You can write.
And again, one thing that's fun about expert info, if you just started constructing or solving in the last couple years, you can kind of look at the dates. If you want to do a certain constructor's puzzles, and then go to the archive and do them. So if you want to go back and see some of Christina's Sunday puzzles, that'd be fun. One thing I was curious about, because not obviously, but you did a fair amount of puzzles constructing before you were an editor in this kind of Times world. How has your constructing changed at all now that you have that kind of editor brain as well, probably?
I think that seeing so many submissions, I'm more aware of what words in grids and also what themes we get really a lot of, and so I am able to kind of try to steer away from the ones. Yeah. It's like, I know we get this kind of like 30 submissions of this theme type a week. Like, it's probably not going to be stand out.
Yeah.
And I think my biggest shift in how I fill a grid is that I think I focus more on the mid-length fill, like 6s and 7s, and making those fun instead of just having like 2 long bonus entries that are fun and the rest kind of more short or boring words. And I kind of, because we see less of that, and so it's kind of knowing that has helped me. Like, this kind of makes the puzzle stand out more if it has a lot of kind of juicy fill, and not just. And
that's even in your themed puzzles as well.
Yeah.
Not just in your themelesses like 6 and 7s.
Yeah, to try to kind of think a little more about those entries. And I think because I have to clue so many things every week, it's like I'm cluing just a lot of the same words over and over, and so I think I'm more avoiding.
So if you can avoid Oreo, you can.
Yeah, if I can avoid Oreo and like Erie and all those.
Not have to come up with another angle for that. So we won't talk about which puzzle you have, but this is your 3rd puzzle, right, for the ACPT.
Yeah.
So congratulations on that. And you've been coming to ACPT. How many times?
This is my 4th year.
Okay. Do you have a favorite ACPT memory of being here?
I think just the first time I came, I got here on Friday afternoon, and I was, had never met anyone, and was feeling very nervous and kind of like, I walked in and Robin Weintraub was standing there, and I was like starstruck, just like, oh my gosh, like recognizing these faces, and I was kind of like working up the nerve to go introduce myself, and then she and Tracy Gray just like came over to me and were like, oh, are you Christina Iverson? And I was like, oh my god. I was just really blown away that people knew who I was, and like that people were so friendly and warm. And I really feel like this is my community. Like, it's a wonderful place to be in.
Excellent. Yeah. Well, it's great to have you here, and you're volunteering as well?
I am, yeah.
Okay, so judging and scoring and all that stuff.
Yeah.
There are a fair number. I'm not sure the exact number of solvers on site. I think it's in the 750 to 800 range.
I heard it's the biggest we've ever had.
Okay. So probably close to 800, and then with that are at least probably 80 to 100 volunteers scoring the puzzles and handing out puzzles and collecting and all of that stuff. So it is quite a big event.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thanks for being with us, and you will get to, again, at some point, do Christina's puzzles.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you.
As this fills up,
I can take it, Christina.
just a few reminders. We'll say them again later, but we're about 24 minutes until 11 when the ballroom will start to have some speakers there. But a couple of things. One, as you do puzzles, there'll be puzzles 1, 2, and 3 starting at 11, and then after lunch, 4, 5, and 6. Is people online have until Monday to do the puzzle?
Midnight, yeah.
Monday midnight to do the puzzle. So please don't put any spoilers in the chat about specific entries or themes. Let's keep the chat very free of anything specific about a puzzle. I think it's fine after puzzle 1 to say maybe hey, I really liked it, or very generic things about it, but nothing specific. And secondly, when you are on the puzzle page, where it says puzzle 1, puzzle 2, puzzle 3, once those links go live, only click the link when you actually want to solve the puzzle. So don't click the link and then go make a sandwich and have some lunch and then come back to it. because your time will start once you click the link. So there's no pausing either. So once you find your time that you want to do that puzzle and keep going there. So before 11 o'clock, we have one more guest that we'll bring on, and this guest you will see a fair amount in the ballroom today, conducting things here. So Pete Muller, come on down. Hi, Pete.
Hey.
How are you?
Good to see you.
This is not Will Shortz. This is name tag, if you can't see, is there. So welcome, Pete. And
thank you.
Maybe before we start about your role at ACBT, you could maybe just talk about the various things you do in the crossword world, because you have a lot of different things you've done over the years. Obviously, I will just say first, Pete has had 18 puzzles in the New York Times, and I am a math teacher, so I like the symmetry of Pete has had 18, Christina has had 32, and Robin has had 50. So we have a combined 100 puzzles of New York Times experience in these opening interviews. But besides the New York Times, you've also had a lot of other things going on.
Yeah, I started a monthly music meta puzzle called the Muller Monthly Music Meta, which has been in the Washington Post now for the last 4 or 5 years. So that's a monthly puzzle. It's really fun. In fact, we have one going on this week. The deadline is tomorrow. You can get it at PMX Words or at the Washington Post. So that'd be one thing. The second thing is I invented a puzzle called the Mini Meta, which also runs in the Post. It's a mini every day, and on Saturday you have to take one word from each of those 5 puzzles and find a 6th word in the Saturday puzzle. People love that, and that's been in the Post for I think 3 or 4 years now. Frank Longo is constructing those now.
Oh, is he really?
So I'm kind of just editing them. I invented it. I did the first few years with a friend of mine, Andrew White, who also co-invented it. And now Frank is actually constructing them and is doing a great job.
Awesome.
So I get to solve them, which is really fun. And then I'm working on a third thing, which is kind of fun this is brand new.
Okay.
Kind of revealing it to your
breaking news.
Breaking news.
Yeah.
Developing this. So I never liked letterboxed in the New York Times app until a friend of mine told me, you can always solve a letterboxed puzzle in 2 words. And I was like, you got to be kidding me! 2 words? That's crazy. It turns out it's true, but they don't advertise it at all. Okay. Because it's too hard for most people. Yeah. So I started doing it, and I found I was like at 50%, and I got better, and I got to the point where I'm like at 95% with it. I tried to turn my wife onto it, and she said, this is too hard. So I would solve it every day and then give her a hint, a cryptic hint, which she loved, and she started solving it. She told her friends, and it's caught on. So we've built this thing, which is solving the letterbox in 2 for the New York Times. We're going to do our own puzzles as well. Yeah. But with giving a hint about? The hint, so it's at petespuzzleplayground.com. Okay. So you can check it out. It's complete, like this is not even beta, it's an alpha, but you can sign up and you can get emailed the puzzle every day, and you can try it without the hint, then you can go for a hint. And then if you want like the first word, the first letter of the first word, the bridge letter, or the last letter of the second word, all of that you can get hints. So it's kind of cool. PetesPuzzlePlayground.com. If you like it, email me. We're looking for feedback, and it's really fun and addictive. Excellent. And actually takes 2 minutes a day. So awesome. Add it to your rotation. So ACBT, we're here. What's your role today? What will people be seeing from you? That's a great question. Because I can tell you what my role was last year. Okay, yeah, what was your role last year? Will had a stroke, and they called me up and they said, Pete, you've run the talent show. Do you want to MC and back up Will? And I said, I'd love to, and I ended up doing that, and it was a lot of fun. It was great. This year he's back, and they said, we're not sure if he can do it the whole time, so will you be backup, just in case? Yeah. So last night he was very strong. He's recovered great. I'm rooting for him, so I'm in the wings. Okay, so you'll see a lot of Will Shortz, especially early on. I'm sure at 11 o'clock he will be giving his usual intro. And I may be up there, and it's unclear. I think, he's recovering well, but he had a stroke. Yeah. So halfway through the day he might tire, and I'm there if he needs it, and if not, I'm happy to just sit back, and I'll be solving the puzzles along with you. Yeah, are you solving? Well, I'm not, I can't compete. But you're off to the side, be solving. I can't, I'll be off to the side and timing myself, so I just want to see how I do. I haven't looked at the puzzles, but I have my own printouts. So if I'm emceeing, that way I can do them up. That's what I did last year, actually. Okay. I actually had the puzzles with me, and I solved and I timed myself, and curiously, even though I was emceeing, I had a lot of downtime during the solve, it was my best time.
Oh, yeah, just like all of a
It felt
sudden.
like no pressure or whatever, but yeah.
Yes, the pressure is real when you look up at the clock and
Yeah.
can't read. So you've been to ACPT a number of times, right?
I have.
If you go to Pete's music Meta site, one thing you do at the end of every month is play the song that the Meta was based on, correct?
That's true, yeah.
Yeah.
I started doing that, maybe 5-6 years ago, because I have a band, I do music as well, we tour around, and I thought it would be fun to learn whatever the answer is. And typically when I create the puzzle, I'm not planning to cover the song. I'm thinking about what would be a fun puzzle to solve, and then whatever it is, we have to.
Yeah, learn it.
So we learned it. So it's a really fun challenge for the band. We take 3 hours, learn it, record a video, done.
Awesome.
So yeah.
So check that out. I do those sporadically, but I, at the end of the year, always look at the solution and marvel at the intricacy of. And now that I have you here with that Meta, I'm just curious. So it's 2025. You have a monthly from January to December. Obviously, that was created in 2024. How early do you start working on like 2026?
That's a great question. We are just finishing 2025 now. And as you alluded to, there's a mega meta hidden in the 12 puzzles.
Yeah, I should say, yeah, exactly. There's a final big answer.
Yeah, so there's something that has to be hidden in every grid. We typically start with figuring out what that's going to be and realizing that, okay, we're going to need to put a couple letters and modify a few clues or whatever it is in each of the puzzles. Can we do that? That's true. So we can plan on that without even having the final puzzle done. But this year we had a sketch of 11 out of 12 puzzles done, and we just came up with the idea for the December.
Okay, great.
So it's almost done, and I'm collaborating with Mac Muller, who's here as well, and Andrew White, although Andrew's got a teaching job now. So
And Crosswords are a small world. Andrew White, who works with Pete, is actually the teacher at the school I teach at, Roxbury Latin, and Andrew went to that school, so I've known Andrew since he was in 7th grade.
Oh, I didn't know that connection at all.
Sorry,
That's awesome.
yeah. So,
wow, that's fantastic.
Andrew is now 23, 24, and a young teacher, but yeah, definitely involved in the crossword world, and really got his start, I think, during the pandemic. He took a gap year and worked with you, right?
Yeah, well, he was at Princeton, which was
Yeah.
my alma mater, and I was looking for an intern, and he was writing crosswords for the Princeton paper, and so we ended up working together for a couple years, and that's when we invented the mini meta. And actually, Francis Heaney just published a book of the first 50 mini metas.
Oh yes, no, I have a copy of that book, and at our last event we gave out a few. We had some online tournaments for Bosswords, and at our winter event online, Andrew White and Andrew Kingsley, who works with me, they wrote a mini meta. I should show it to you for the event.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh wow! I didn't even know about that.
I got to show that to you. And we gave randomly selected some winners and sent them the book. So it's a great book. If you're looking for a crossword book, not for the mini meta is a good one because it really is. The minis are accessible. They're not clued at a ridiculously hard level. Correct?
Right. It's and Andrew got really good at cluing them and making them clever and fun, and. They've evolved now. The ones that Frank is creating, he figured out that you want to be tricky, and so he does a bunch of false starts too in the puzzle. So nice. People are pretty addicted to them. It's awesome.
Excellent. Well, thank you, Pete, for being with us. Thanks for all you've done for ACPT, and we'll see you around. Is there a talent show this year? Or no talent show?
There is no talent show
this year. Okay.
So I may be completely behind the scenes, which would be perfectly fine with me.
Yeah, I think I might have seen that there's a David Kwong performance or that he's doing on Sunday morning, so certainly that'll be on the broadcast as well.
Yeah, I think he has a magic show in Vegas, and they're doing something.
He's bringing that, yeah. So
that should be really
fun to see.
fun.
All right,
So,
Pete,
John,
great to see you.
Pleasure, great to see you. I'm glad we figured out this connection.
Yes, no, I've talked to Andrew about it.
Cool.
All right.
Good luck, everyone out there.
All right, we got 10:46, so we've got a little time. And if there's any questions
good. I'm still talking.
about the event, about your solving, you can reach out. I think Dave Sullivan has a contact tab on the site. And anything else you'd like to communicate to everybody? Dave, come on.
Hello again.
Yeah, so if you weren't on board last night, this is Dave Sullivan. Dave runs the virtual tournament, so if you've registered and gotten emails, Dave has probably been the one you've been in contact with. And anything you want to say about the online solving experience?
No, one thing I'd like to say is, we're always looking for feedback. And so you can also use the contact form even with just letting us know how things went, even if you want to just tell us everything is great. We're always trying to improve every year. Having John on board this year and doing these interviews, I think, was a great addition to give you a little bit more content while you're waiting for puzzles to be delivered and to be available on the site. So I just encourage you to let us know how we're doing, and we'll continue to do better every year.
And Will Shortz will obviously in the intro give some of the instructions and rules, but in general, each puzzle has a time limit. If the first puzzle is 15 minutes, when that ends, there's generally about a 5 to 10 minute gap between each puzzle?
Maybe 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
So puzzles 1, 2, and 3 will go from about 11 until
12:30.
12:30,
yeah.
and then there's a lunch break, and the next puzzle will start at 2:15 or so.
So around 1:45, I think we have a couple more interviews.
Yeah. So 1:45, about a half hour before the puzzle 4 starts, we'll be back here with some more interviews. See if we can round up some more people. We have a few people scheduled, but we'll get as many people on as possible. If you want to put a question in the chat while we're here, while we have a few minutes. At some point, we'll probably just put the ballroom back on and wait for things to go. You can see it fill up and wait for the festivities to begin. I don't see any questions yet in the chat, but I don't know how much of a lag there is between the chat and the YouTube channel.
I would say, if you do want to click on the link as soon as it becomes available, that's fine, but don't feel pressured to do that. Because again, as John has mentioned, your time doesn't begin until you actually click that link. So take your time, get your cup of coffee by your desk or whatever, and just be ready to solve. And we'll try to get scores up as quickly as possible. For sure, around lunchtime, I'll probably be doing some catching up. But you may see your Puzzle 1 and Puzzle 2 scores somewhere around when Puzzle 3 comes out, or at least the people who solve them immediately. But everything, I'll just keep updating scores throughout the day, today, tomorrow, and even on Monday.
And just to clarify, so in the room, when Will does a countdown for puzzle number 1, he'll say, you may begin. That's when you will make the puzzle live, right? When you hear Will's command. And will people have to refresh their page?
They will.
Okay, so that's probably, I'm sure, been in the instructions that Dave sent out. But again, if you don't refresh your page right when Will says go, that's fine. You can refresh your page after a minute. You can refresh your page and then wait, 5 minutes until clicking the puzzle. So again, you're really in control of when you start the puzzle. But again, once you do start the puzzle, it would be helpful, very helpful for scoring purposes if you do that continuously and not say, oh, I paused. Though from running my own online tournaments, I know occasionally somebody has gotten a phone call or something happens. Sometimes you can reach out to Dave and make some adjustments. Hopefully that doesn't happen often.
Right, if you have like a network problem or something like that while you're solving, or your dog pulled the cord out of the wall or whatever, we're more than happy to take your word on what your time should have been, and give you a score for that puzzle. So just reach out to us on the contact form for that.
One question that I just saw in the chat that I'm not clear on because I'm not involved in the weeds of the scoring is, in person, people are graded on their puzzle to the nearest minute. So if you finish a puzzle with 12 or with 8:06 on the clock, that's the same as 8:46. For the scoring here, is it the similar or is it down to the second?
It's down to the second.
Okay.
So what we do is we give people an extra point for every 2 seconds that they're ahead of the time allotted for that puzzle.
Okay.
The reason it's every 2 seconds is because the scoring for in-person, you get 30 points for every minute you finish ahead of the finish time. So for us, it's 25 points in person. For us, it's 30 points. So I was trying to make it as similar as possible to the scores that you get for the virtual tournament are somewhat comparable to the in-person scores, other than that we do the by second scoring.
Yeah, so if you ever are in person and you finish a puzzle and you look up and it says 8:52, will the clock count down or count up on their end?
It'll count down.
Count down. If you're in person, 8:52, you might as well wait until raise your hand until like 8:02.
Right.
But here, obviously, if you finish in 8:52 and you're comfortable that you've checked the puzzle, and just since we're here, there is a scoring bonus for a perfect puzzle, right?
There is, yeah.
So it does pay to take a few seconds to actually check your puzzle, make sure there's no blanks in the puzzle.
Well, actually, I think what's good with the online thing, it also will tell you if you submit and there are blank squares. So that is a bonus of the at-home participation. Because here, if you raise your hand and turn in your puzzle and you've left a square blank, you won't get that perfect score.
The grader does not say, "Oh, you have one blank, go back." No. Sometimes as a teacher you might do that. I sometimes say to my 7th graders, "You left the whole back page blank," but not here. And could you say? See another question. How many? We have about. Do you know how many in-person solvers there are this year?
There are 800 solo solvers and about 50 pairs.
Wow.
I think, yeah.
So about 900 people total.
900,
wow.
Yeah, about 900 people.
And how many virtual solvers right now?
So I think we're around 300 solos and about 40 pairs.
Okay.
I think. So,
great.
Yeah.
One other question I see. I have to answer this now. I'm looking for more tournaments and events to enter.
We're going to be here all day.
More tournaments and events to enter. Bosswords, one thing that I've gotten involved with Andrew Kingsley and Brad Wilbur, 2 other people in the Crossword world, is some online tournaments. So if you Google Bosswords or go to bosswords.org, there are some other online events that we've run, and there are some other events out there that I may try to bring some people on who are here who run some of those events. There's a West Coast tournament, there's a Midwest tournament that happens at various times in the year, but if you want to start somewhere, you might as well start at Bosswords. I might as well say that. Anything else before we maybe turn it over to Paul?
So good luck to everyone at home. Again, don't feel pressure to click links when they become available, but I think you'll enjoy the puzzles. I've seen them already. You probably, if you've done this in prior years, you know which puzzles are going to be easier or harder. This first one is going to be the easiest of the group. It's a 15 by 15, I think, or maybe 16 by 15. But you'll be able to probably solve that rather quickly. But as you go through the day, you're going to find some puzzles are going to be a little bit more challenging. And I guess I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, so for the next couple hours, things will focus on the ballroom. We won't be doing these interviews, and then there'll be a lunch break after the Puzzle 3 ends. So we'll be back here at 1:45 if you want to tune in, and we'll have some more folks on and kind of a bit of a halftime show. No band or anything like that, but
not that I know of.
not that we planned.
Maybe marching bands. I don't know.
All right. Well,
okay.
I'm going to stay on until maybe Dave gets the camera guy to switch us over to the ballroom. Right. So at some point,
good luck.
I'm not in control of that. Again, if there are any more questions. So somebody asked, I'm on my iPad, I can't seem to access the chat. I'm on an iPad as well, actually, right here, and I'm on the YouTube channel and clicked live, and my chat does appear, but I'm not sure to have any suggestions right at the moment, but I can ask about that as well. And in terms of, you may, if you want to actually type in the chat, well, obviously you typed in the chat if you asked that question, but in terms of accessing it, I am not sure about that, but I'll try to ask Dave about that. And again, just for people who are just showing up pre-11 o'clock, people do not have to solve the puzzle right when it comes out. You have until midnight on Monday. So please, in the chat, please don't say anything about specific themes, spoilers. The constructors are meant to be a surprise to contestants, so maybe don't even say anything about the constructors. So when Will announces puzzle number 1 and who the constructor is, that's something that has not been publicized. The list of 8 constructors is out there. I think that's been published somewhere, but the order of those constructors is not there. Any other questions while we're waiting? Happy to take them. Some other tournaments I'll talk about as well. There's a New York City tournament called Lollapuzzoola in August, and that tournament has been going on for a number of years. I think they're up to, this would, I think, maybe be their 17th or 18th year of doing it. That's a wonderful in-person tournament. There's a tournament in June called Westwards. That's both in person in Berkeley and online. And then the Midwest Crossword Tournament in Chicago in the first Saturday in October, also in person and online. They had their first event last year, and they're planning to do that again. All right, so the ballroom is filling up, and I can tell that because we are right off the ballroom, and the lobby which we are very close to, is getting very quiet. So the intensity is ratcheting up. All right, I'm going to take a look at the ballroom and maybe just go off camera for a few minutes or for a little bit and then come back. But stay on the stream. They will be switching to the ballroom shortly.
last year I came up with a little Well, welcome everybody. This is our largest American Crossword Puzzle tournament ever. We are in 6 rooms this year. The main ballroom, which those of you here are in. There's a second ballroom downstairs. The advantage of that one, there's 2 advantages. First of all, the lighting is slightly better. And second, there's free food, free snacks, just for the people downstairs. And then there are rooms for the pair solvers and also for spillover. So altogether, we have more than 1,000 people taking part this year. I want to start by thanking Games World of Puzzles magazine for helping make this possible. And a reminder, please wear your name tag at all times. Now I'll tell you a little, for those of you who weren't here last night, I had a stroke a little over a year ago, which, as I say, if you have to have a stroke, have it on the right side of your brain, because in that it affects the left side of your body, your motor ability, but it really doesn't affect your brain or your speech. People who have strokes on the left side are more seriously impaired. But I do therapy about 7 days a week, including at a Rehabology, a neurorobotic rehab center. I go to a local hospital for outpatient therapy, and I have a therapist come to my house, and my partner does a lot of stuff with me, and I play table tennis a couple times a week. So my goal is to get as close to what I was before as possible. Let me thank a few special people who do a lot of work for this event. There are more than 90 officials who are marking your papers and scoring and helping get everything done. But a few people I'd like to point out. One is Nancy Parsons. She's waving in the back. Nancy's been part of this event since the 1990s, and she's the head of the tech team. And if you had any problem with your registration, she is probably the one who took care of it and sent you an email. I'd like to thank Michael Smith, our coordinator, who is amazing. And Dave Sullivan, who's the head of the virtual ACPT. So more than 300 people have registered to solve the virtual ACPT this year from all over the world. And they solve the puzzles right along with you. The virtual tournament is not for prizes, it's just for fun, but it allows people, no matter where they are, to see how they would do if they were in this competition. Last year, when I was in a wheelchair, I just tired out during the tournament, and Pete Muller stepped in to help, and he might step in later. We'll see. Where's Pete? Right here. Now, how many people are here for the first time? Raise your hand. And how many people are here for 10 or more years? Our oldest contestant turned 99 on March 29. It's Miriam Raphael. Mimi was our champion in 1979 in our very second tournament, and she has attended every tournament since then. We have a trophy this year for the winner of the 90s category. And Mimi is the only person in it. Our youngest contestant is Owen Bergstein, who's 15, a high school student from Brookline, Massachusetts. There are contestants from 42 states and the District of Columbia, 4 Canadian provinces, England, France, Netherlands, Spain, and the United Arab Emirates. And all the contributors for this year's tournament are here this weekend, so don't be shy about telling them your opinions. Let's see, I'd like to recognize our past champions besides Mimi. Stanley Newman won in 1982. And he's still a very fast solver, but he's been a judge now for a number of years.
Only 40, Will.
Only 40. David Rosen was a 4-time champion in the 1980s. Howard Barkin was the champion in 2016. The record holder champion is Dan Thayer, 9 times, most recently in 2023. Tyler Hinman won in 2006 through 9, 2021, and 22 and 23. And our reigning champion is Paolo Pasco. Paolo, where are you? For those of you who weren't here last night, we had a warm-up competition in which you were given 3 puzzles, a spiral, a split decisions, and a cryptic crossword. And the first person to finish each of those would win a prize. Paolo was the first person to finish 2 of those. He finished 2 before anyone else finished any of the puzzles. It took him, I think, 1 minute and 5 seconds to solve a spiral. I have to ask you, Paolo, did you you didn't even look at most of the clues, right? You just looked at them in one direction? He checked that, made sure that the reverse words actually were words. Now let's do. So let me review the scoring rules, which are in your contestant kit. Every answer is worth 10 points across and down, and there is a 25-point bonus for every minute by which you beat the time limit. But for every letter that you have wrong in the grid, it reduces that time bonus by a minute down to the point you can't have a negative, down to the point of 0, so you will never have a negative time bonus. And you get 150 points for a completely accurate solution. So the best strategy is to work fast, but be careful. When you are done, raise your hand for an official to come over and pick up your paper. And it's all the experts say it's wise to look over your paper quickly before you turn it in to make sure you haven't left any squares blank or put in any silly letters that you didn't intend to. Some people here can give you stories about those. Yes, do not solve in green, because that will destroy our computer calculation of your score. Before each round, well, you have a pack of stickers in your contestant kit. You should put one of those in the appropriate space on the back of the puzzle before you begin. Are there any questions? Okay. Oh, we have a question. Yes.
Is it permitted to
Is it permitted to wear headphones? Yes. Turn off your cell phones, yes. If you are a left-handed person, left-handed solver, when someone comes around to give you the puzzle, you're welcome to ask for 2 copies. So if you're lefty, your hand will cover some of the clues as you solve. So if you ask for a second set of the second puzzle, you can read the clues from that, and you won't cover your hand, won't cover clues with your hand. We'll have large print clues for puzzles 3, 6, and 7, because the clues on the page are a little smaller for those. All right, I think we are ready to hand out puzzle number 1.
didn't get one yet, right? Right. There you go. I just can't tell. I didn't see how much I was actually grabbing it. Can't hurt. You know, I said like a lot.
right, let me make a few more announcements before we start. If you finish a puzzle early, you are welcome to leave the ballroom. I ask you to do two things, though. First of all, push your chair into the table so that other people can pass by. And second, please leave as quietly as you can and move away from the ballroom so that you don't disturb others who are still solving. Is there anybody in this room that still needs a puzzle? Okay, people on the far side. Raise your hand if you still need a puzzle. And we're distributing puzzles in 6 rooms this year, so we're being extra careful so everyone is ready. The clock will show up on the large screen as soon as we begin. Does anyone still need a puzzle? Raise your hand. All right. This is a 15-minute puzzle. It's by Ruth Bloomfield Margolin. Is everybody ready? On your mark, get set, go. 5 minutes to go. 1 minute to go. Okay, turn your papers over. Raise your hand if you need an official to pick up your paper. And after your paper has been picked up, you're welcome to leave your seat. We'll take a 10-minute break before our next round.
I remember driving past Pier saying, "Oh, if we should Stanford, we'd be there." Like, still have like an hour and a half left to go.
It was good. We were in the bar for a while. Everybody just came I brought. It was like bananagrams and stuff. like double but it's so pretty because you're flying at like 10,000 feet. Oh well, it's great. If you're not a good flyer,
And take your seat.
no, you come right through. You come right through.
Come on in, take your seat, please. Do you have puzzles too yet?
Okay, let me actually, let's make sure that's
Wonderful. Thanks for you bringing that. Let's see, is Steve Mossberg in this room? Is Steve Mossberg in this room? If you are, come see me sometime today. How many people here are wearing today some sort of crossword apparel? Stan, who's the guy who
Jim Janista's son.
That's who.
What's his first name? Forgive me.
Jim Janisa, that's who I want to mention. Gotcha.
He's already clad highly in front of him.
We used to have a contestant from Colorado who had the most amazing crossword apparel, and the one that I remember is the exploding toilet.
They told me downstairs the wait for the women's bathroom is so long that people are afraid they won't get back. So they want to know if you could wait like just 5 minutes.
Okay, it'll take a while actually.
And if you could say that, they'll be very happy downstairs.
Can they hear me downstairs? Yeah. All right, I hear, for the benefit of those downstairs, that there's a long wait for the ladies' bathroom, so we'll take a little extra time. Let's see, we will begin passing out puzzle 2 now. Please keep it face down.
Come and get it. Not you.
Thanks. The timing should be on both screens now.
Where's everybody go?
I don't know. Well, let's pass them out. Okay.
2 rolls at a time, that's the secret.
Someone found a ring left in the ladies' bathroom. If you're missing a ring, come up and see me. All day between rounds, there are vendors in the pavilion with books, t-shirts, and other things for sale. I believe there's also a slideshow on Nancy Schuster, who was our first champion, who passed away in the last year. There's Don Christensen put together a very nice remembrance of Nancy. Here's something you probably don't need me to tell you, but it's important to read the title and blurb on every puzzle. Sometimes those blurbs will be slightly helpful, and sometimes it's critically important. Who still needs a puzzle in this room? Raise your hand. Okay, who has extra puzzles? Okay, who has puzzles they can help distribute?
I probably have extra slide around. Who has extra puzzles? Boxes, right? There's just the one box?
Just the one box. Raise your hand if you still need a puzzle. Now does everybody have a puzzle? All right, I think we're set. This is a 25-minute puzzle by Winnow You. Is there anybody not set? And you've placed your sticker on the back, of course. On your mark, get set, go. 5 minutes to go. One minute to go. time is up. Turn your paper over. Raise your hand if you need an official to pick it up. And please don't leave your seat until your paper is picked up. Then we'll take a 10-minute break before our next round. Yes. Excellent. Hey, good to see you again, Derek.
It's nice to be here. And I learned the very first time how precious.
Hi there, I want to say hello and thank you to everyone who's taking part in the live stream of this year's Crossword Championship. I founded the event in 1978. That first year, it was the first time there had been a crossword event in the United States in over 50 years. We had 149 contestants that first year, and this year we have over 1,000 participants. It's by far our biggest championship ever, and we're looking toward making it even bigger next year if that's possible. Anyway, I just want to say thank you for taking part, and I hope you're enjoying it.
We've got a couple questions for you.
Gotcha.
What is the hardest, most fun part of the weekend for you?
The hardest and most fun part of the weekend, well, those would be two different things, of course. Let me think about this. Puzzle 5 is the hardest. Oh, that's the hardest part for the contestants, not necessarily the hardest part for me. Let me think about this. You know, after 47 years, this has become not so hard an event to run, and I have some great helpers. So actually the whole thing is fun because I get to see all these friends, all these people that I've known for years, and honestly the whole thing is fun.
Got a few questions to go through, so we could keep
I'm ready.
going.
Gotcha.
To what do you attribute the fast sellout?
To what do I attribute the fast sellout? Once people come to this event once, they want to come back every year. So it's the fast sellout because they know seats are at a premium, so they jump on them as soon as we open registration on January 1.
What's your favorite way the tournament has changed since it started?
My favorite way that the tournament has changed, well, that very first year in 1978, we judged the puzzles by letter rather than word, and every single letter had to be checked individually. And not only that, the puzzles were really hard that first year, so as time was running out, people were filling in E's in all their empty squares, and the judges had to look at every single square to see if there was a correct E there.
Someone's asking about what your current streak of playing table tennis is.
Gotcha. So as you may know, I had a table tennis streak going before I had my stroke last year. I had played for 4,141 days in a row. That's 11 years and 4 months. So when I was in the hospital, my partner asked the hospital if they would bring in a ping pong table so I could keep my streak going. And not surprisingly, they said no. So my streak ended at that point. And now I'm back to playing table tennis, but I'm not going to do another streak. I just play when I want, which is a lot.
What celebrities have competed in the tournament?
What celebrities have competed in the tournament? Well, a number have. Phil Donahue jumps to mind. He's the TV host. He's a pretty good solver. One interesting one is Ken Jennings. After his fantastic streak on Jeopardy, I invited him to come and award the prizes the next year, which he did. And he figured as long as he was here, he would also compete. And he won the rookie event that year. So Ken Jennings is the only person ever to award a prize for himself at the tournament.
How does Will feel the atmosphere is at this year's tournament, given the chaos going on in the world?
Oh boy.
Does he feel the people are more happy to be there since it's a reprieve?
Gotcha. I think people do come here partly as a reprieve from the world, especially on what's happened over the last 2 days. It's nice to get together with this fantastic, smart, funny, interesting, quirky group of people who share this common interest in crosswords.
And our last question, what's your favorite piece of random information you've learned from editing crossword puzzles?
Wow, I learned one of the great things about editing crosswords or even solving them is that you learn stuff every day. And so I'm always learning stuff. Of course, I'm also forgetting stuff all the time. I don't know.
All right, that's it.
Thanks a lot. I'll talk to you later. All right, guys, come in and take your seat. And officials, would you come to the front? Officials, will you come to the front? We'll start passing out puzzle number 3. After it's handed out, we will do the large print clues. But to start, we'll just make sure everyone gets a copy of the puzzle. I'd like to ask you again, if you finish early, try to move away from the ballroom. If you're in the hallway immediately next to the ballroom, it can get very noisy for those who are sitting next to the hallway. So move away over to the pavilion or even further away. Daniel, your last name is Hassan?
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to introduce you guys.
Kind of them to leave me free too.
What's that?
Kind of them to leave me some. I can handle this, no problem.
Okay. Let me introduce the two people who are in charge of the live stream this year. In fact, for the last 4 years, I believe. It's Al Hassan Muhammad and Daniel Hassan. I know Al from my table tennis club. Like me, Al is a fanatic on table tennis, and he's a very good player too. He came and filmed many Sundays at the tournament. We have the largest monthly table tennis tournament, I think, in the world. We award $10,000. We award $10,000 in prizes every month, with $3,000 for first. So Al is a fanatic on table tennis and did such a great job in filming and then editing his films for YouTube. I invited him here, even though he's not a crossword solver as far as I know. Every year it gets a little better. This year he has 4 cameras, showing different things, partly the front, and then he does a focus on a couple of people here in this ballroom, hoping that you will tear your hair out during a match to make good video. And then he has a shot from overall, the whole scene, and he has a final one on the time on the clock, so that people can, at home who are solving the puzzles, can know how fast they're doing and how much time they still have left. So Al and Daniel do a great job, and I appreciate them. If you haven't already picked up your free Bic pencil, you can pick one up outside. Who still needs a puzzle? Raise your hand. Okay, who has extra puzzles? Stan has a whole lot, so grab some from Stan.
Do a tight 5 minutes of stand-up.
Grab from Stan or someone who has them. Stan has a whole lot. Now put your hands down for one moment. Let me ask, how many people in this room are members of the National Puzzlers League? This is an organization. It's the world's oldest puzzlers organization, founded in 1883, and it's one of the joys of my life. We have an annual convention every July. This year's convention is in Minneapolis. There's also a monthly magazine called The Enigma, which is full of puzzles to solve. And if you're interested, you can contact me or anybody, or just go to puzzlers.org, and you'll find more information about joining. A lot of people in the NPL like cryptic crosswords, so if you're into cryptics, it's another reason to join. All right, who still needs a puzzle? Raise your hand. All right, let's get ready with the large print clues. Raise your hand if you need large print. Don't take Take some, not too many.
Thank you very much.
Good. All right, raise your hand if you need large print, please. This room will be left empty until round 4, so I suggest taking your belongings with you when you leave for lunch. Raise your hand if you need large print, please. Large print, please, raise your hand. Now, does everybody have a copy of the puzzle itself? And is everybody ready? This is a 30-minute puzzle by Mike Shank. On your mark, get set, go. I'll take these. You can put these back over there. Oh, thanks. Just sit there. Thanks. Thank you.
At the Crossword experience last night, saving people solving the puzzle.
It's very cool. Yeah. I could tell you're a professional at this because one of the things was when someone asks a question, you repeat it so everyone hears. Right. That's good. Not everyone does that.
Including the on-the people in other rooms.
That's nice.
It's a very friendly crowd.
It is.
And a little quirky.
Yeah. Yeah. 0.
Hands up, turn your papers over. Please take everything with you because this room will be unattended for the next hour. The afternoon round starts at 2:15. Make sure your paper is picked up before you leave your seat.
It was fun to be on.
You look amazing.
Oh, thanks a lot.
You're doing really great.
I'm working hard. I'm about to do something for the live stream.
Okay. All right. Well, just talk with them about Puzzle 3, what you thought.
Gotcha. Well, Puzzle 3 was by Mike Schenk, who's the crossword editor for Wall Street Journal. I've known Mike for years and years. In fact, he started sending me puzzles at Games Magazine in 1980, and he was a college student at that point at Penn State. I was really impressed with his work, so when the game staff expanded the next year, I sent him a letter saying, if you're ever in the New York area, stop by and we'll say hello. Well, he was interested in a puzzle job, so he made it his point to stop by very soon after, and he became one of my colleagues at Games around that time. So he is one of the very best puzzle makers, and he has a puzzle in every tournament.
Random question from Lori Longo. She says, any recommendation for what to feed my kids for dinner tonight? Ages 2 to 7, they're very picky.
Gotcha. What to serve the kids who are very picky? Well, of course, you can't go wrong with Oreo cookies. There's that Japanese cabbage udo, U-D-O. I recommend that for a crossword diet.
Woodrow says, we love the culture that you have created. We are so grateful for that you have recovered so well.
Gotcha. Well, thanks for that. Those nice words. I'm trying very hard to get back to where I was physically. I think my mind is just about where it was before my stroke. And I'm doing everything I can to get back to where I was physically. I've gotten so many letters, emails from people who've had strokes, giving me their own experience. And one person told me he'd had a stroke 10 years ago and he's still improving after all this time. And I find that inspirational.
1Yo25 said, inspired by Will and his comments last year, my dog and I subsequently became a therapy dog team at Burke. Thanks for the inspiration. in so many ways. Will, so glad to see you doing well.
Oh, thanks. Yes. When I was in the hospital at Northern Westchester for 10 days. Then I went to a world-famous rehabilitation center near my home in Westchester County called the Burke Rehabilitation Center. And they have expert therapists. I remember the first day I was there, they got me on my feet and walking. I thought, wow, I was really impressed at how much they helped me.
Will, who are your heroes? You are mine.
Oh, that's very sweet. Who are my heroes? Well, when I was a kid, becoming fanatical about puzzles, my unlikely hero was Sam Lloyd, who was a great puzzle maker he was active, I would say, from the 1860s up till his death in 1911. So he was my hero, and because of him, I wanted to have a career in puzzles. And then after that, it would be Margaret Farrer, the first New York Times crossword editor, because of the standards and the elegance that she brought to the Times crossword.
Okay, that's all we got.
Great, thanks a lot. Okay, I'll talk to you all guys later.
Parmesan stuffed crust pizza. I want you to experience that buttery flavored handmade pan dough, stuffed to perfection with melted cheese made with 100% real mozzarella, topped with our signature garlic seasoning, and sprinkled with real Parmesan. Then there is no going back. Domino's first ever Parmesan stuffed crust pizza. Order now at Domino's.com or in the Domino's app. Different after a European style holiday MNC cruises. Crown and intense. Fresh shops and touches like an aqua park and a sweet shop.
We still see now plus kids are free. MSC Cruises. Let's holiday. To book, visit MSC.com or contact your travel advisor. Restrictions apply. Ship registered in Panama and Malta. Hi, here's your reporter.
Thanks, Jane. I wish I could hire a whole team.
Try posting a job on LinkedIn. It's the world's largest professional network. Unlike resumes, LinkedIn gives a real-time view into a candidate's skills, experiences, and more.
Let's do it. You're irreplaceable, Jane, but another you would be great.
Find your perfect match with LinkedIn. Post your free job at linkedin.com/qualify. That's linkedin.com/qualify. Terms and conditions apply.
She
tight quarters in here.
Always, every year.
So yes, so we did get a chance to look at the quote, but we haven't had a chance to discuss it.
You're going to try Domino's new Parmesan stuffed crust pizza. I want you to experience that buttery flavored handmade pan dough, stuffed to perfection with melted cheese made with 100% real mozzarella, topped with their signature garlic seasoning, and sprinkled with real Parmesan. Then there is no going back. Domino's first ever Parmesan stuffed crust pizza. Order now at Domino's.com or the Domino's app.
Margaret's here from Maple. A message for everyone paying big ones way too much. Please forget everything that is mid and premium wines for just $15 a month. Enjoy it and no judgments. Okay, judgment. Anyway, give it a try. Mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. Intro rate first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. Taxes and fees extra. See terms at mintmobile.com.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we did a couple interviews from like 10:30 to 11 with a few constructors.
Yeah.
And then
Oh, very
a few
cool.
people here.
Is there going to be a recording available?
Yeah, there's a YouTube channel that they're posting all this
Nice.
stuff on. Yeah, whenever you're ready, we're ready to switch over.
Do I have anything on my teeth? I'm good.
Oh, sorry. You slept in on me.
Yeah. You can't come in from there.
Go good. No, you're good.
All right, are we on YouTube?
You're good.
All right, we're good. All right, welcome back. Hopefully, most of you have done puzzles 1, 2, and 3. We won't talk about any details of those puzzles until everybody's done them, which is a long ways away. Some of you haven't done this. So my name is John Lieb. If you weren't with us this morning, we're here today doing some interviews at the ACPT, and right before puzzle number 4 starts at about 2:15, we have a couple of rookies who have joined us here, and I'll let them introduce themselves, and we'll talk a little bit about their experience so far.
So my name is Malika. I live in New York City, and this is my first time at the ACPT. Been solving crosswords for, I think, 8 or 10 years now, but never competed before. Very excited to be here.
Excellent.
My name is Greta, and I'm Malika's roommate. This is maybe month 2 of trying to solve crossword puzzles, so I'm very much a rookie, very much new to it, but having a good time so far.
And in terms of, we won't talk about details of the first 3 puzzles, but puzzle number 1 is meant to be kind of the opening, Monday, Tuesday level, 15 by 15. How did you find that first puzzle? Was it after 2 months? Was it doable? Was 15 minutes too short, too long?
For me, 15 minutes was too short. I'm also used to using digital formats, so the pencil, paper, a little new to me, but I thought the clues were attainable. I just didn't have enough time.
Yeah, okay.
So I did like it, yeah.
Yeah, I think it was a good Monday, Tuesday type of puzzle. I enjoyed the theme, and I think I solved it in about half the time.
Okay, great. And I haven't looked at any of these puzzles yet, so I can't spoil anything. I'll solve them later, but obviously puzzles 2 and 3, usually a little larger, I would guess, and a little harder to find the theme.
Yeah, 3 was definitely larger. 2 had some very interesting wordplay.
Okay.
So it took a little longer, but great puzzles.
And again, people out there, some are long-time experienced solvers, some maybe newer. How did you find puzzle 2 and 3, where there's kind of like, well, I haven't seen puzzles like this, or?
Well, again, I won't spoil it, but puzzle 2, I didn't find out what the theme was, so I thought I was just messing everything up.
Yeah.
But I really liked it. I'm excited to see it after this is all done and go through and actually finish it now that I know what was supposed to be going on. But third one, I didn't.
Does the time pressure start to creep up on you? Do you feel under siege a little bit as you go, or are you just kind of there to enjoy as much as you can?
I'm not really noticing the clock.
Okay.
And I'm not noticing all the people getting up and leaving ahead of me. So that's good, because I thought that would make me nervous, but I don't know, pretty focused in. So
yeah, pro tip for new solvers and rookies here is sit at the front so you don't notice everyone walking out as they leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in kind of the puzzle market area, selling a few T-shirts, and the doors close, and then about 4 or 5 minutes later, people start to trickle out. And it's usually the same people every time. And kind of what motivated you to actually come for the first time? You said you've been solving for 8 or 10 years.
Yeah.
Why was this the first year to come?
I didn't know about crossword tournaments. I never thought of it as a competitive thing. I've just been doing them for fun for a long time. And then I think last year I heard about the tournament probably on Facebook or something. But then by the time I looked to sign up, it was probably last March, and then it was sold out. So I put a reminder in my phone to sign up on January 1st of this year, and there we were, 10 a.m. January 1st, signed up, ready to go.
You get your concert tickets.
Yeah.
New Year's resolution already off on the first.
And I think it was necessary to sign up pretty early.
Yeah, it has sold out recently pretty quickly.
Well, it's great to see so much enthusiasm for puzzles.
Yeah, so did you come in last night? Were you here last night? So what was last night like? Did you get to meet
the puzzles
people?
were so tough.
But just in terms of like meeting people,
Yeah, it was
mingling,
really great.
how's the social piece been so far?
We met some of the constructors that we've enjoyed solving for a long time, so that was a really cool opportunity. Everyone was really friendly, loves talking about words.
Yeah, giving us some advice and everything, which has been helpful.
Have you had a piece of advice that you've felt has been helpful so far, or?
I just like the have fun part, because it is fun. It doesn't have to be competitive necessarily, even though it is a competition. But yeah, everyone's been so friendly and helpful.
Yeah.
Some people seem to be coming year after year, even if they're not a super fast solver, but just to mingle with other crossword lovers and enjoy the experience. That's inspiring.
Yeah, the social piece, the camaraderie, I think.
Yeah.
This is, again, the 47th year, and I think I wasn't in the ballroom in the very beginning, but did Will do the how many people have been here, this?
Yeah. I was amazed by how many people have been here for 10 plus years.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
And was there some 47? Like everybody had been here? Everyone?
I'm sitting next to someone, I think he said it's his 27th year.
Wow.
So yeah, it's very impressive.
Yeah,
it's going to be us in 27 years.
There you go. So again, good luck in the rest of the puzzles. We hope you have fun. As you might know, you might have been told puzzle number 5 is especially challenging. The folks
We're
at home.
mentally bracing for it.
Yeah, that's not a secret. Puzzle number 5, traditionally the hardest puzzle, and some sort of like a Thursday puzzle really amped up there. So thanks for spending the time with us.
Thank you so much.
We'll try to get some more solvers over the course of later tonight and maybe right now, but I'm looking for my next guest. But thank you. I'll let you,
so
prepare mentally for puzzles 4, 5, and 6 as they
Getting
come
this
up. But thank you for being with us.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. I'm going to take a moment and look for my next guest so we can probably just keep the camera on, and I will be right back. If you have any questions, here we go. Drop them now. I'm going to see if I can find another person out there that I'm waiting for.
Thank you.
I'll introduce you. We don't need, there's microphones on the table.
Wait, are you live right now?
Yeah.
Are there shenanigans going on back here?
All right, so I have another guest here. We have until, it's 2 o'clock. There he just walked by. I'd like to introduce Ben Bass. Ben Bass is constructor, solver, official at ACPT, and maybe you could start by telling, you do have a role in the New York Times Games team. Maybe a lot of people don't know about the puzzle that you are a part of. So you want to talk a little bit about that?
Sure, I'd love to. John, I write a puzzle for the New York Times 2 days a week called a cryptogram. It's next to the crossword in the newsprint edition of the paper. So people are like, I love Wordle, or my sister and I spelling bee. No, it is in the dead tree.
That's all. That's the only place it is.
Well, I'm like repping the 19th century with our ink and our printing press, whatever. Yeah. So it is next to the crossword on Tuesday and Thursday, and on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, Will Shortz writes a brain teaser in that space, and then we have like a poetry anagram puzzle on Saturdays. It started because during the COVID pandemic, overnight, when there were no arts to write about in the arts section of the paper, they needed to fill space, and so they expanded the puzzle page, and Will brought in 3 new writers, including me, and 5 years have flown by. I just had my 500th one in there, and it's
500. Congratulations!
It's like cheating. It's insane. I mean, I'm honest. Oh, excuse me, John. My alarm's going off because I needed to be here to be interviewed by John Lee.
There we go. We're early.
Yeah. So it's for how much work goes into creating a crossword grid, and then the editing, and then you wait, and then you're like the 9th in the queue for a Tuesday to get that big day where you have the puzzle. Like, I do not have the skills of so many of these amazing constructors, and I weirdly am lucky enough to be in there 2 days a week, it's like stealing, but it's been a joy, and especially when the pandemic broke out, with that horrible moment in all of our lives. Like, I was one of the rare people who had something actually good happen to them, which was weird and sad and joyous all at the same time.
And yeah, and cryptogram, that's a traditional like substitution. Each letter, you know, E could be W. Every instance of a W
Exactly.
could be an E. Okay.
Right. Like, they look like alphabet soup, if you know those puzzles where if you see J apostrophe X, it might be the word I'm or the word I'd. A one-letter word is probably A or I, except for the one I wrote about Malcolm X.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Anyway.
And I remember, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, you had come back to ACBT after not being here for a while. Can you say kind of why you like coming to ACBT?
I'd love to.
You've been here at different points in your life and solving life.
Used to go to the Aspen Comedy Festival every March, HBO. For years, it was a wonderful thing. And when it ended, I was kind of maybe in the market for replacement programming. The Wordplay movie had just come out. And so I said, oh, that looks like fun. I was part of the problem, so to speak. They had to move it to Brooklyn because so many people like me were attracted by
After Wordplay, yes.
Right. So it kind of blew up. I went several times, had fun. I kind of sort of felt like I was crashing someone else's wedding. Like, I didn't know anyone, and it was fun, but it was like I had sort of done it. And but I learned about the existence of the National Puzzlers League from going to that, got involved, and sort of over time became more, sort of got to know a lot of the people, became more friendly with the folks, and now, and between that and the New York Times job, and the COVID pandemic, there was so much online stuff. Boss Words was, don't blush, it was really a glue that bound people together. It was so much fun, and your live streams. People really felt like increasingly a part of things and got to know each other from a safe social distancing distance. And it's been a total 180. To me, this is, I mean, I'm here socially. Honestly, it's these pesky crosswords that are getting in the way of the social experience that I, you know.
Interrupting. We have
a little bit.
We have puzzles 4, 5, and 6 coming up.
Totally. No,
yeah.
the puzzles are amazing, but it would be as fun without. So now it's like a total 180. Now I can't wait to be back here next year, and it's only Saturday.
And you are, a lot of people start streaming things, not just crosswords, but a lot of things on Twitch, which is a free streaming service, and you do a fair amount of streaming on Twitch now, right? What do you try to accomplish there? What do you enjoy doing about that with that?
I've been. Oh, it's fine. Is this like live on Twitch right now? Is that
this is the chat? Yeah.
Okay, I love it. Okay, I only.
But
excuse me, I need to watch the John Lee. Oh wait, I'm in it right now. Okay, so yeah, I've been doing my share of Twitch streaming.
And the name of your channel I always like too. You want to say the name of your channel?
Sure. So my dumb joke, my name is Ben Bass, B-A-S-S, and my dumb joke is, have you been to my store, Ben Bass and Beyond, which is increasingly obsolete, much like myself. So it's twitch.tv/Ben Bass and Beyond. And so at that channel, I stream a lot of crosswords, both solo and with guests. Sometimes we stream crosswords downs only, which isn't meant as like a brag or a stunt. It really is a legit fun way of solving where and you can do it with an easy puzzle. So you get some of the downs and it becomes like a Wheel of Fortune exercise. It's like an alt way of solving. But more to your point, yeah, been streaming a lot of crosswords of late. But we also play a game called Only Connect. Oh, P.S. Side note, John Lee was on our post-ACPT wrap-up show.
A couple years ago.
Years ago, which is great. John and I were like chained at the hip and to computers, like scanning, puzzles in the tech room, the scanning room of ACPT.
We're out of that now, right? We're out of that.
I think our tour is over. I think when Jon Snow was like, my watch has ended.
Yeah.
I'm in the ballroom now. But yeah, so there's this British game show called Only Connect that we play live on Twitch, and there's a live chat box. It's been so much fun. It weirdly is gathering this momentum. There's an Only Connect league that a lot of us play. We could go on about Only Connect for a while, but so like an example, Sid Shivakumar, who wrote last year's championship puzzle in the ACPT and who also wrote a puzzle this year, Thursday night, a week ago, Sid hosted, so friends write entire sets like this. New York Times Connections, there's 4 rounds in an episode of this TV show. The New York Times Connections is sort of, let's say, inspired by.
Yes.
It's been a hit show for 10 years on British TV. Sid came on and presented an entire set of Only Connect, general interest material, but he had a bunch of crossword stuff in there. And I tend to have a lot of puzzle and crossword and trivia friends anyway as players. So because it was ACPT week, I brought in all people who are ACPT people. Tyler Hinman played. Christina, 7-time champion Tyler Hinman, I don't need to tell you that. Christina Iverson, who writes a lot of strands and is a crossword editor at the New York Times. And I'm delighted I'm not even surprised, but I'm mostly just thrilled that people coming up to me this year are not talking about the cryptogram as much as they're talking about only Connect.
Oh, that part of it, yes.
Like, can I play? I wrote one. I mean, it's like, it's weirdly, I feel like they're going to slap the cuffs on and be like, somebody else owns this game show. Like, this is not your baby.
This is not a Twitch stream. Yeah,
right. Let me take a breath. Let's focus on what's important. How are you, John?
I'm well. Yeah, I'm enjoying being here. It's been very social, as our two rookies said earlier. It's wonderful to see a lot of folks. This is probably my 12th ACPT. I've solved my first time here, and since then I've decided that I didn't need to solve. I just wanted to volunteer and do different things, whether it's scoring puzzles or grading puzzles. And
so
doing some live stream.
Is your role here, like, are you also doing ballroom type of grading paper stuff, or are you primarily doing the
I was primarily doing this. And
this is an amazing, like, this is to the ACPT as my puzzle writing job is to the New York Times. It's like extremely fun, extremely few people get to do it, and it's like you've cracked the code to have this like incredible experience.
Yeah, we haven't done too many. We had one in the morning, we have one now, we're going to do one from 7 to 8, and I aim to have Will Shortz on, and a few other folks joining us, some other constructors of these tournaments. So we're getting near, I think. Love it. 206, we're getting near puzzle number 4.
Starting up soon. I just had lunch with Will. He's doing great.
Okay.
The tournament's going well. I'm puzzled. During the actual solve, when people are solving, is the live stream showing just like the ballroom?
Yeah, I believe the live stream is just showing the ballroom and people walking in and out. And
so you're like the studio team at halftime of the Super Bowl. The other programming comes on, or we're like
and we're not coming on in between each puzzle. They're just
got it. All right, so this is neat. So this is a sweet value add for people at home to see something other than just people walking by a tripod.
Hopefully that's the idea. So we're trying this out, and again, we'll be back. I'll say goodbye to you now.
Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Ben. Great to see you.
Can I just say I'm envious of like your tech is like next level.
Well, it's not my tech. It's their tech. I just showed up and sat down.
John, thanks for letting me crash.
All right, Ben.
Fun.
Thank you.
All right, you too.
So 2:15, I think. Announcements will start again, and until then, I don't know anything about the scoring, but it looks like Dave Sullivan is working on any issues that are going on there. Go ahead, Ben. Go.
Oh, I'm.
Go.
You know, I actually prefer to stand here for like 10 to 15 minutes. Thanks again, John.
All right, bye, Ben. So again, in that 7, 8 o'clock hour, definitely we're hoping to have Will on. Don Christensen, who's the ACPT photographer, has some things to show. And I think Sid Sivakumar also is scheduled to appear, and anybody else we can find during this time. So again, thank you for being with us. We'll be back at 7 o'clock, and hope you enjoy puzzles 4, 5, and 6. Good luck on those, especially puzzle number 5. And again, see you next time.
What's the name of the Twitch channel?
It's a YouTube.
Oh, it's a YouTube. Oh, wow. Okay.
Search ACPT.
It's like slot me, and yeah, I mean, he won that international tournament.
I realize you're not a speedy guy.
No, I
Yeah. We all know the same. Some of our, the thing is, you know, video, scrutiny of video increases the bar. What you might like for a live audience, you can do this. There's a lot of people
I'm just gonna, yeah, if you don't mind. Thank you.
I'm so fast, I can't believe
Well, I'll show you some Okay.
Hello, you're fine.
All right, Barbara.
Hey,
We're back.
Six on time.
I know. This is short The walls are cheating.
See, we're getting ready for puzzle 4. Officials, let's pass out puzzle 4 to everybody.
Somebody else grabbed the whole thing. That's good. Thank you.
Whoops. So important right now.
Take that. Take that. Take that and like right here.
Sorry, no.
Isn't it always the case?
You're almost. Maybe you know. All right, there we go.
I have an announcement about another crossword event. It's the second annual Midwest Crossword Tournament. Will take place October 4 in Chicago. It's organized by Shannon Rapp and Sally Holscher, with editing by my colleagues Christina Iverson and Tracy Bennett. And they say featuring an all-star slate of constructors from across the Midwest. A one-day tournament, they say, is packed with puzzling fun and open to solvers from everywhere. You can find out more information at MidwestGridFest.com. As you know from our schedule, we have a special performance tomorrow morning. Some years we've had a ACPT talent show. But this year we have a special performance by David Kwong, who's a professional magician and puzzle maker. He had one of the best crosswords in the New York Times last year. And he has a new book out called How to Fool Your Parents. And copies are available in the pavilion, so check it out. Who still needs puzzles? Raise your hand. Those who have extras, pass them to split them up and with other officials so they'll hand it out faster. I remember the first year when we had geographical divisions. The Midwest was a division, and we had exactly one person in it. Raise your hand if you still need a puzzle.
Just like who has puzzles? I guess he needs
Grab puzzles from those who have extras. Make sure it's number 5. 4, sorry, make sure it's number 4. Okay. Now who still needs a puzzle, raise your hand. Is everybody ready? This is a 20-minute puzzle by Joel Fagliano. Who is in the room with us, so
We'll be exiting shortly.
here we go. On your mark, get set, go.
1 minute. Time is up. Turn your paper over. Raise your hand if you still need it to be picked up. And make sure your puzzle is taken before you leave your seat. And we'll start again in about 10 minutes. Keep your hand up if you need your puzzle picked up.
Precious cargo.
We'll get started on puzzle 5.
Of course.
And officials, let's start handing out puzzle number 5. So as you know or have experienced, puzzle number 5 is traditionally the hardest one of the tournament. Puzzle 6 is not so bad because we want you to leave in a good mood. Let me tell you about a couple other tournaments coming up. The 18th annual Lollapuzzoola will be held in New York City on Saturday, August 9. And this year's tournament features, well, as always, features crosswords as well as other puzzles and games. And it's run by Brian Simmet and Brooke Husick. It's a great time, and I've personally attended most of them. If you want more information or to sign up, go to bemoresmarter.com. And then the announcement I'm given is Berkeley's spectacularly successful Westwards tournament is back for year 2. It's Sunday, June 22nd in the Bay Area and Berkeley in specific. And it's also online. And they say we are very excited to use this occasion to announce our constructor lineup. So no one knows about this until now. In alphabetical order, they are Amy Walker, Caitlin Reed, David Steinberg, Kevin Christian, Nate Carden, and Willa Chen Muller. If you want more information or to register, go to westwordsbestwords.com. westwordsbestwords.com. And you all know Brendan Emmett Quigley, who's been here at the tournament for years and years and runs BrendanEmmettQuigley.com with free crosswords during the week. He tells me he has a new daily word game that is free on the Boston Globe website. It's called Align, A-L-I-G-N, and Brendan describes it as a clueless crossword meets jigsaw. So you go to the Boston Globe website, search on his name or puzzle, and you'll find it. Who still needs a puzzle? Raise your hand. Okay, those who have puzzles, look where the hands are. And if you don't have puzzles to hand out, grab some from somebody who has a big pile of them in their hand. Let me tell you about our program tonight, which starts at 8 o'clock. First of all, we'll have the Merle Regal Memorial Award. This year it's awarded to Stan Newman. We'll have a PowerPoint presentation on some of Stan's biggest hits. There'll also be a short film on Stan, filmed at his home in Florida, and tributes by some of his contributors to Newsday. And then we are going to celebrate the 20th anniversary of the filming of Wordplay. With the director Patrick Creedon and the producer Christine O'Malley. We'll show snippets from the film, and there'll be comments by Patrick and Christine. Okay, those who have puzzles, distribute them so more people can hand them out, because there's hands up over here. Oh yeah, okay. I will. Yeah. So look where the hands are still up. And if you're an official who are not handing out puzzles, grab some from somebody who has extras. And before we start, let me tell you there's a typo in 72 across in the Puzzle 5, which you're about to do. There's a clue that says Maria, M-A-R-I-A. It should say Mario, M-A-R-I-O. Probably not going to throw you, but just to let you know. 72 across. Is that right? Now, does everybody have a puzzle? Okay, here we go. It's a 30-minute puzzle by Sid Shivakumar. On your mark, get set, go.
5 minutes to go. One minute to go. time is up. Turn your paper over. Let's have a hand for Sid.
Keep your hand up until your paper is picked up. Make sure your puzzle is picked up before you leave. Then we'll take a 10-minute break before our last puzzle this afternoon.
I didn't realize until Sid told me that all of the switched ones were, all but 3 letters had switched, no matter how long they were. It was always 3 letters at the end that stayed
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Let's do a photo here.
Can I get your signature also?
Sure.
You can just as big as you want. It's just for you. Let me
You
get
may
that.
have to take this off.
Sometime even now, like I'm still got.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming.
I'll
watch
been
for your
doing a great
puzzles.
job solving, but I just wanted to come to you.
That's nice. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks so much, Will.
Will, can you give the viewers a quick chat about Puzzle 5?
Yeah. So, as you know or have heard, Puzzle 5 is the killer of the tournament. We always have one puzzle that really separates the top solvers from everyone else. And unbelievably, this year's Puzzle 5 not only had a tricky theme, it had a lot of tough clues, but there was one speedy solver who finished it in 4 minutes, which just blows my mind. The next puzzle will be much nicer and easier because we want people to leave in the afternoon with a good feeling, thinking, I've done well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Lion, good to see you. I'm afraid I...
No, you deserve it. It's
Everybody, come on back in, take your seat, and we'll get set for round 6. Officials, will you come to the front?
There we go. No, I actually really. There you go.
Officials, let's pass out the puzzles. So what do you think?
It was great, and people actually managed to solve it.
Yeah.
Short time. Do you think it would be good? It's up to you, but do you think it would be good to tell people that there was consistency, that 3 were left unflipped at the bottom of every down?
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I never realized that.
If you want to tell people that way, because people are wondering why there was random.
It felt
amounts
arbitrary?
Yeah, but it was consistent.
I thought it was arbitrary just for cleverness, but you had another consistency to it. Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Went right by me. Who noticed that?
Only one person so far that I've spoken to.
Gotcha.
But I figured if we tell people, they might.
Oh yeah, maybe I should have gotten that. Yeah. Gotcha. All right, we'll do.
Thank you.
Yeah, I could not find the results in that pile of paste.
Maybe it's thrown away. Okay. Thanks for looking. So in that last puzzle for puzzle 5 by Sid, I don't know if you noticed. I have to admit I did not notice when I edited the puzzle, and nobody who tested it mentioned it to me. There was only one puzzle, only one person in this whole room who noticed it and mentioned it to Sid, the extra consistency in the theme in the last puzzle, that you were flipping letters at the starts of words, but did you realize it was always 3 letters at the end that were not flipped? That was consistent through the entire puzzle.
Reminder that the online people haven't solved yet, so be careful not to give away.
Oh, I probably just did.
I know, I did that last year. Just don't do it again.
Gotcha.
I'm looking for more 6s.
You'll have to grab them from somebody.
They're all out?
Yes. And this is something you probably don't want to hear. There was one solver in the last round who finished in under 4 minutes. Now the rounds tomorrow will start at 9 a.m. Puzzle 7 will start at 9. Then there is a 1 hour break as we turn this room around for our performance by David Kwong from 11 to 12. And then at 12 we announce the winners, followed by the playoffs for the top 3 solvers in the A, B, and C rounds. So Puzzle 7 starting at 9, and you should take all your belongings with you when you leave this puzzle. Now, as I told you, traditionally this puzzle is not as hard as some of the others. Years and years ago, when Maura Jacobson was alive, she traditionally had puzzle 6 in the tournament, and she never wanted to be in the room when her puzzle was presented, even though she was enormously popular. Everyone loved her. So when we announced her name, everyone applauded so loud that even if she was on another floor, she would hear us. Who still needs a puzzle? There's a few hands up. Those with the puzzles, look where the hands are up. You'll receive a complete set of the tournament puzzles tomorrow after the playoffs. There will be a stapled set with all the puzzles plus an answer. If you can't stay until after the playoffs when the puzzles are handed out, you can leave your name and address on a piece of paper and give it to me or any official, and we'll mail you a set of the puzzles afterward. And if you don't do that, you can also email us, and we'll be happy to send you a set. As I said, take your belongings with you when you leave. Now, is everybody ready? This is a 30-minute puzzle by Robin Weintraub. What's that?
Large print, please.
Oh, yes, we have large print clues. So it'll be another minute. Got you all excited there.
Take some of these. I've never done this before. Excuse you.
Take some large print.
Give me some large.
There we go. Excellent puzzles. Take some large print.
go.
LPCs?
What's up?
Those LPCs?
LPCs. Oh, free crossword. Inside.
Raise your hand if you like large print clues. Okay, who still needs large print clues? Raise your hand. And everybody has a puzzle. So once more, 30 Minutes by Robin Weintraub.
Somebody needs a puzzle? Yeah. Oh, shoot. Well, let's change that. Who needs a puzzle? Oh, my God. All right.
That kid is
One year we actually passed out a few of puzzle, I think puzzle 6 when we were starting puzzle in Rep 5. That was not good. Now everybody is ready? On your mark, get set, go.
minutes to go.
all of the 5 or 6 players I was expecting. But you kept maybe in crowds. You need to be able to see it. Sitting in the corner, you can't see what it is. But also, you, or be looking at the puzzle. I don't know, something you might feel like you can solve the puzzle without looking at it. Look at the grid once. I mean, the clues once. In favor of a lot of confidence, but it's done. Don't take a lot of skill over.
Just under 5 minutes to go.
It's not. Oh, okay. No, it's for the most part. It does still require the double data, but it's like a lot more of the skill. The whole bunch of less. Rather than
1 minute.
It's a city, it's not a suburb, really. But there's some fields we have to fight for those.
Well, we have a special volunteer request.
And then taking that all of the tournaments are held in first. Which is hard. So if you wake up at 5 a.m. basically get on the bus at 5:30. For this game. High school's better. But the fact that you wouldn't do it suggests you're serious. It's a lot. I was just it's a fun factor of frisbee. You may not have worked, but it's a great sports.
Time is up. Turn your paper over. Raise your hand if you need your paper picked up. And take
Everything with you when you leave.
Live stream?
Gotcha. Oh, let me take those. I don't. Let me see what those are. Gotcha. Yeah.
Hey, you get a little break here, Julian, for dinner. Sorry. Got it. Good to see you. Yeah. We missed you on Thursday, right?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Will, can you walk us through puzzle 6?
Yeah, Puzzle 6 was by Robin Weintraub, who's one of the most popular crossword constructors in the country. She makes first-class puzzles, and hers was relatively easy, so people left with a good feeling this afternoon.
All right. We got a question from Courtney. Says, Will, what is your favorite fiction book?
Wow, my favorite fiction book. I think it's The Time Machine by H.G. Wells. Left me with an eerie feeling when I was done. Plus, I like science fiction.
Sweet. How's everything been for you today?
Things went pretty well today. You know, I'm recovering from my stroke, and I wasn't 100% sure that I would be able to be at front all day, that I might tire out. Last year I tired out, but I'm still going strong, and we have a nice program tonight, which I hope people will watch at 8 o'clock Eastern. We have the a tribute to Stan Newman, who's won the Merle Regal Memorial Award, and we also have a celebration of the 20th anniversary of Wordplay, the filming of Wordplay. So it's going to be a great program, and I'm still feeling strong.
All right, sweet. So the next time people tune in, they're going to be at 8 o'clock?
That's correct. 8 o'clock Eastern.
All right. Thank you, Will.
Thank you.